Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Myst 5, which we began just last stream. Now you'll have to bear with me a moment. This game seems to be... We've had a fair few technical difficulties and one of the consequences of this is I have to wait till the stream's actually started to start the game up. Otherwise it lags out my system unnecessarily, for example when the intro's playing. So I'm just starting the game up and getting it all sorted. Feel free to chill, leave comments in chat and what have you while we wait. Shouldn't take long now. Dum-de-dum-de-dee. Nearly there. Okay, now I think all that's left is for me to sort out the video capture and audio capture on your end. Just a second. I had overlooked one little detail. Shouldn't take a moment though. Right, that looks correct. Now all we do is feed that into there. Sorry, I'm just setting up the audio. Why doesn't that like it? That's very odd. That is very, very odd. Seems the saga of technical difficulties is very much continuing. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to restart the game. That's disappointing. I am sorry about this. Oh, that's disappointing. Can everyone still hear me alright? Because my audio appears to have broken for some reason. Just diagnosing it. Okay. That presumably has to go there. Okay, my sound's back. Now I just need to reroute this from there to here. and then from there to here. So with any luck you can hear the game now. And then if I do that, now I should be getting game sound, and indeed I am. If I turn that on and then there, okay, just a second, make sure I can see chat. There we go. I think it's done. It only took us, what, about 9 minutes to get here, but the game seems to be running. If anyone has any further, or if anyone has any audio difficulties, then let me know. Hello, Pengy. How are you? Excellent news. This is interesting. I suppose I should be making a note of this. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for asking. I wonder if these are supposed to be spirals, or if these are just approximations of circles. Because if you look, each one of them is actually drawn ever so slightly differently. And I'm not sure if that is conveying important information or not. Same with the lines. Some of them seem to be connected, some of them don't. That's in the wrong place then. I just noticed at the bottom here, that's actually in the middle of, if you consider this to be on a grid, that's actually in the middle of two of the corners. Nearly there. Right, I have that copied out into my notes. No idea when or if it will be important. But good to have a copy of these things, just in case. So yes, I don't think it's even entirely clear what we're doing here. Oh, that's okay. Ooh, that's a point. I don't have any of those exclamation commands, do I? I'll have to look into how I would add those, and if I can add those. I don't know if that's a feature that you have to be affiliated for or not, but I'll make a note somewhere to remind myself to look into it. But yes. Nightbot, you say? I will look into that. Thank you. But yes, lurkers always welcome. Just hope I can be entertaining enough. Where was I? Yes, so we've come here. We know that this is... Escher told us that this is a prison age. Specifically for those that had been convicted of serious crimes. So slightly different to Atrus's prison ages. Has been the easiest for me. Using the cloud bot, it means Nightbot replies, but don't need anything running locally. Fair enough. I will look into that. Thank you for the advice. Yes, so... we know this is a prison age, but it's not actually been established what it is we're doing here. In fact, compared to the other games, this game's been really quite vague in that respect. All we know is that we're on some sort of quest to gain the acceptance of some special magical tablet. I'm genuinely not exaggerating for comedic effect. That seems to be what this game is about. And so it's really not clear what our purpose is. So just explore and try and figure things out as we go, I think.
I was not so sure of you, and yet you have done well. But do not be proud. You think you understand what you see? You may be wrong. For example, this appears to be ice, but there is more. Like the prisoners, there is life here that seeks heat, unseen life, in the water. There is no longer heat in this place, but you can make them bring it.
Okay, that's a little more direction. Naturally, I've noticed these pipes going from place to place and wondered what they're actually for. One wonders whether they could be pipes for transporting hot water or steam, but we shall have to see. Just wondering, how do I get up there? Because I've been over this way and turned a valve. At least I assume it's a valve. I've turned some sort of lever. Oh, there's more. I think I may have been up here before. Okay, this one doesn't move for whatever reason. Presumably it's... Oh, it does move. Sorry, that was just my not grasping the controls first time. I have no idea if that's actually doing anything positive. But it's part of the process, just changing things and observing what, if any, effect they have. So again, this was the one that I was trying to get up to before, and it wasn't clear how I could do so. It's as if this terrain... Oh, there we go. It seemed like my character was having difficulty traversing the slope. But we've done it now. So just turning all these valves from right to left. Sorry, wrong way, from left to right. Assuming that we consider the direction they're pointing to be where the larger sticks are coming from. So far, that doesn't seem to have had any effect. Hello, is that anything of interest? Doesn't seem like it. And this doesn't go any further, does it? No. These seem to be the two extremes. Fair enough. One thing I would note is that if these are supposed to be valves for these tubes, which they may not be, that remains to be seen, but if they are, they aren't following one of the basic rules for how valves should be designed. They're supposed to be designed in a way that when they're in the off position, they point contrary to the flow of the liquid or gas, and when they're in the on position, they point in the direction of flow. Is that true, actually? Okay, to be fair, I may be slightly wrong on one point. I don't know for a fact that they aren't allowed to point contrary to the direction of flow. But the point I'm making is that if we had a valve actually on this tube, we'd expect the off position to be, say, pointing upwards or downwards. If you can imagine, that makes a line that's crossing the tube. And if it was in the on position, we'd be expecting it to point along the tube in one of the two directions. Like I say, I don't know if it has to be in the direction of travel. All this is to say, if this is a valve, it's very difficult for me to determine at present whether it's in the on position or off position, because it's not following that convention. Nor do I know that they all work the same, strictly speaking, even though they look the same. Also, hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Right, I think I've moved them all to point right. That is, have their largest body of mass pointing in the right direction. And nothing seems to have happened. Oh, wonderful. That's very dedicated of you, Yisha. I appreciate it. I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well in myself in the game. I'm still fumbling about, trying to figure out what's actually happening. Okay, I feel like I should be paying attention then to where all these tubes are actually going. Can I make it over there and examine that area, I wonder? Or do I have to stare at it from a distance? No, it looks like I can travel in this way. Interesting. Is there something I can interact with? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe this is actually what Escher was talking about when he referred to there being life here that sought out the heat. Maybe this is the area I'm supposed to bring heat to. And I must say, this connection, this network of nodes and pipes is very reminiscent of the diagram I saw in that one of the houses at the camp over there. So I assume it's connected. I wonder if the idea is my progress is blocked until because it looks like there's stuff over there that I can't reach. I wonder if the idea is my progress is blocked until I solve this puzzle. So, an important question I don't know the answer to is if there is supposed to be flow here, which way is it going? Is it sucking water out, water that exists under the ice, or is it depositing water in here? See, logically, you would think it would be sucking the water out, wouldn't you? Because the water's got to come from somewhere, and why would you just dump a load of hot water into a lake? By the way, you legitimately reached the pedestal you accidentally reached in the beginning, by the way. No, I haven't. That was the third of the pedestal ages, wasn't it? Hold on, in my notes here I've got the names of the ages. That was Nolaben, wasn't it? I haven't been back there yet. I've decided, at least for the time being, that I'm going to try to complete the ages in order. Oh yes, that one was... it was the one that was on the beach, which Escher claimed was the original home of the Bahro. Naturally, I don't know whether that's true, but that's what he claimed. So yeah, I haven't legitimately reached that yet. I reached this point legitimately, because I accidentally got here in exactly the same way as I did on the first time. I put in a symbol that got misinterpreted, and then it took me here. But I've also reached here legitimately now. But the first one, the one you're referring to, I haven't done legitimately yet. Anyway, where was I? This, I assume, is just a reflection. I don't think the pipe is actually bending that way. I think it's just reflected in the ice. I wonder what... I mean, I am pretty certain that what I'm looking at here is the same thing I was looking at in that diagram in the hut. What I'm wondering is, what is it? I mean, one would assume these little pipes also transport water, but why? What is it trying to do? What is its function? Okay, what else do we have here? Okay, these go off over here. So presumably there's 6 of those columns with valves on, and 3 of them go here onto this side, and 3 of them go over here onto this side, one would assume. They each go to a junction like this. Okay, what does that look like on the other side? Do I have the same display, or is there a difference? Okay, these are red, whereas the others were blue. I have no idea if that's significant in any way or not. Okay. I think that's about all I know right now. I guess I will head back to one of the cylinders and examine it more closely. I could trace where each of these pipes are specifically going, but until I actually am able to cause any sort of change, whatever that may be, there's probably no point. Oh, hello. That's interesting. That goes into the ground. That goes into the ground in a region where there is no snow, notably. Because you have to imagine that this place has been abandoned for a very long time. Certainly, based on Escher's descriptions, would think so. And snow's been falling, clearly. So why is there no snow here? Could it be that this area is geothermally active? That would certainly help to explain how they managed to survive out here in what would otherwise be a barren wasteland. Right, where are the pipes going on this one? I want to see if they go into the ground as well. They do, don't they, there? Okay. So this is just a conjecture, but I wonder if the prisoners headed out from the spot we arrived and then found some geothermal springs or something like that, which they eventually I mean, you would assume they initially used them as is, but then over time they built machinery around them to harness them in some way. So let's try an experiment. Is there a logical order to these tubes? Okay. I can't be certain, but there's 3 of these displays. I don't know what they're displaying. And there's 3 of these. Let's assume that one corresponds to that one corresponds to that one, and that one corresponds to that one. Where do you go? You go up here. Am I going to be able to recognise it when I make it back up? I think that's that one. Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it? So you correspond to this one. Let's try turning the valve, assuming that's what it is, and seeing what, if any, effect that's had back down here. Dum-dee-dum-dee-dee. Wait, is that the way I'm meant to go? Yes, I think so. Yes. So this one should now be in its other state. None of these have changed. So if these are displays at all, then that's not done whatever it needed to do. Is there any change down here? No. Now Escher was stressing the point about how there's life here that seeks out heat. So maybe this is how they hunted? Perhaps they would pour hot water in here to create a warm pocket of water, and then perhaps they'd get some seal-like creatures or something like that that would pop up, and then that could provide food. Just conjecture. Strictly speaking, though, there's nothing that Escher said which wouldn't also be consistent with microorganisms, for example. So, hard to be sure. Now, I do find it curious. Oh, can I... Is there anything to do over here? There's something going on over there. I can't seem to make it any further this way. Interesting. So there is actually a sea here. So this isn't all ice. Interesting. Can I go this way from up here? Yes. How far can I go? This is almost exactly where it was before, isn't it? Yep. Okay. So far, I'm dubious that these switches, which I assume are valves, are the entire puzzle. That's not impossible, but I'm not seeing much evidence that changing their position on its own is doing anything. Ah, okay, some of these are red and some of these are blue. I probably should have written that down in my notes. Could it be that some of these are supposed to be on and some of these are supposed to be off? Not necessarily, but let's try it and see if that does anything. Hold on. Some of those are red, some of those are blue, and on the junctions I looked at before, some of them have a red dial, some of them a blue dial. Okay, so I think then that this is probably trying to... It's associating this pipe with these... which ones? That one, and that one. And it's associating this pipe with that one, and that one. What the significance of that is, I don't know. Still, I'm going to go back to the experiment I proposed moments ago, and I'm going to turn one set of what I think are valves one way and leave the other ones the other way and see what, if anything, happens. And if that does nothing, then I will swap them all the other way round. Right, has that done anything? Doesn't appear to have, does it? That was funny. I thought I heard the noise of snow being compacted, such as underfoot, for a moment there. But I don't see anything. Can't seem to reproduce it either. Alright, let's try swapping them around then and seeing if that does anything. Oh, okay, I could hear it again. Probably that's a sound that gets intermittently played as my character's walking, I would assume. Or walking over snow. Can I go around? Nope, can't go back there. Okie dokie. Swap these ones. And the last one is probably this one, isn't it? I suppose it would have to be. Okie doke. Let's head back down there and see if that's done anything. Doesn't seem to have, does it? How curious. That doesn't seem to have changed at all. This doesn't seem to have changed at all. And as always, I don't seem to be able to interact with these. I do feel like I'm missing something though. I don't know if it's something that I can interact with, possibly using the tablet, possibly not. Or if it's just another hint. Because it could simply be that there's a very specific combination that I need to set the valves to. Hold on, do they have to be set? Yes. These are binary. That was worth determining. Well, with 6 valves and 2 states each, that leaves, what, 64 possibilities? That is 64 possible combinations. Now that's interesting. Perhaps I should go back and look at that diagram again more closely. Obviously I have it copied in my notes, but... Can this be interacted with? Doesn't look like it. Interesting. But perhaps examining the original thing will reveal something I've missed. Okay, say this is... Actually, what are those lines there? I was going to say, supposing that's the big pipes coming in, but there is no middle pipe. Let us verify that, shall we? So would almost expect... there is a sort of middle pipe, isn't there? It's not obvious where that goes. It's much smaller than the others. I think the other diagonal ones must be these two, though. So, back to the diagram. We have the little pipe there and the 2 big pipes coming in. So if we were... If something was flowing through these, it could go up here, up to this dead end, or round here, over to here, up to that dead end, or round there, then down, then round there. But that's where it would be limited to. And similarly on this side, it could get there and there, it could get up here and round there, it could get here and up to here, or it could go round like that. Interesting. Interesting. Sounds silly. I could always draw that on the tablet and see what happens. Let me make sure I make a better note of which bits are connected where. Because some of these parts are connected and some of them aren't, as we well know. Okay, I think that's a complete enough diagram. Just for the fun of it, let's try it on the tablet. I'm not expecting this to do anything, but it would be a shame to not try. One thing that's actually making me doubt it already, that this is the way forward, is the fact that there's not actually much room here. Right, where to from here? This goes along here, then goes up here, then goes round here, and comes back down. We have a pipe coming in on this side, goes up to here, also goes up and round this way, goes to here. There's a bit that comes down here, bit that comes here, and it goes up to there, I think, but doesn't connect. Then we have that. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. Drop that. Nah, he doesn't know what's going on. Fair enough. That was a bit optimistic. Okay. What else? What else? Just looking for well-hidden hints at this point. Does this go back the way I came? I think it does. But let's check to make sure. Yeah, this is the way I came, isn't it? Yes. This is the way I came. Hello. There's steam or smoke coming out the top of that. Okay, that's interesting. What if I turn it the other way? Does that make any difference? No. How curious. Can I investigate that further somehow? I mean, that adds support to the geothermal theory, I'd suggest. Because if this hasn't been inhabited for a very long time, then what is that? Like anything combustible would have been used up a long time ago. Okay, let's have a quick visit of the other spots to see if there's anything that I've missed. Not seeing anything of note here. Nothing written in the snow, written on the steps that go up there. Don't think so. Oh, that had an effect. Aha! So as I previously hypothesized, I think. Why didn't that do it? Well, for a while now, that was looking like there was a definite on and off position. Why is that stopped? Maybe it was a coincidence. Is that going to happen again? Or is it because I moved the mechanism? Doesn't seem to want to do it, does it? Okay, if there is an on and off position, then it looks like it's the way round I initially suggested. But it's hard to be sure. Okie dokie. Right, they're all on what I had hypothesized was the on position. Nothing. I must be missing something, mustn't I? wonder what it is. I've searched the vicinity a number of times. I think I've figured it out. I can't be sure, but I have a... Wait, where did the stone go? It's not in my hand. Has it gone back to the very start? Yes, for some reason. I just remembered. When I got to the second pedestal in this world, what's this one called actually? Let me double check. Tagira. There we go. When I reached the second pedestal in Tagira, there was a big old symbol on the wall, on a wall, which I entered into the tablet, and then my path was blocked by a bunch of steam coming up from under the ground. I'd almost forgotten that. But I remember that now. I bet that's what I've been missing. Oh. Oh. I could have just done that. Even though I think that's technically wrong. As you can see, it's only supposed to have 3. I bet now it will start working. Yes. It's all working now, isn't it? Okay, what does swapping the state there do? Oh, I need to put this down somewhere. I remember I'm on a timer now. Right, does this do anything? Yes, that clearly stops it. The question is, when it's stopped, does that mean that it's flowing through the pipe? Or is it the other way round? I think that when there's steam coming out the top, that means that it's not flowing through the pipe. And wait, which side is the red side? I'm guessing the red side needs the flow stopped. Sorry. That's really unclear, isn't it? I think the red side needs to have the valve turned to the left so that it's flowing through the pipe and not just escaping out the top. Notable that I'm not allowed to change the valves while the steam is flowing. No, wait, I must have been able to because I tested it before. Didn't I? That's how I realised what the on and off positions were. I wonder why it didn't work a moment ago then. When I tried. Okay. That doesn't seem to have done anything. And these don't seem to have changed. How curious. Okay, try turning these valves, I guess. Will I be allowed? I am allowed. And if that doesn't work, then we'll try turning off the other side. Or turning on, depending upon how you look at it, I suppose. Right, has this done anything useful? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, let's try it the other way around then. Can't seem to make it up there. There we go. Okay, I think that valve is just a little finicky. I think that must have been why I was having trouble last time. Right, oh, the tablet's gone walkabout again. Still nothing. How curious. Am I still missing something? Is there yet another step? Hello, those weren't there before. Those weren't up before. Okay. Okay. So that's the other step. So just to verify. That happened a few times. Oh dear. So if these are turned in the direction where steam escapes from the top, the valves, then these little switches come up. Okay. So if I go back to that diagram, is it the case that every junction has 3 possible directions of travel? No, it is not the case. So that's not what these represent. What do these represent then? Hold on, what way around are these? They're in the rightwards direction. Okay. Good, tablet's still there. So I'm guessing I probably want all of these turned rightwards. I've forgotten if I can move the valves over here. They're not valves, are they? Whatever they are, the ternary switches. I've forgotten if I can do that while I have the tablet in my hand or not. Hello. That's bubbling that way. Okay, what if I turn that to the middle? Oh, maybe the middle is off. And maybe the right is on in whatever the other direction would be. Ah, this is making sense. So I presumably need to try to get the flow as far along the pipes as possible. Is there any rhyme or reason to which direction is which? Let's see. So it's right and then left. So when it was right, it went that way. And it got over here. When it was left, it went that way. So right went up instead of to the left. And left went down. Instead of up. I'm pretty sure that's the way I want it to go. Let's try the other one. I guess I want the other one over here. Perhaps it's... oh, maybe not. Perhaps it's supposed to be clockwise from the top, and the left one always picks whichever one is closest, and the right direction always picks the one that's farthest. So that means we'd want to turn this one... oh no, that one is turned right. Wait, did I not pick up the tablet again? I guess I didn't, in which case the barrow has probably taken it all the way back to the start. Sure looks that way. So I still haven't quite figured out what the rule is for which direction turning those switches will produce. Oh, excuse me. But by trial and error we can figure it out at least. So I think this should do it. Or not. Did I make a mistake? Oh, I want it to go down that way. Perhaps this one is a freeway junction and I want it in the middle. No, that does seem to be off. Does that not connect up? No, it doesn't. That would be why. Oh, okay. Well, then where do I want it to go? Round there? Oh, I'm building a path for myself. And that's done it. Wonderful. I don't want to be on there when the effect wears off. Interesting. So what was that? Was that a blanket of microorganisms?
These are their tombs. And as they died here, so did all of Duchni. Guilty here, but my Duchni was innocent. May we rebuild structures, not leave tombs. Make them bring you to the keep, for it will run from you.
Make them bring you to the keep, for it will run from you. That's fair enough. I did a very bad job of copying it there. Let's do a better job. That should be good enough. Really? Yeah, I think that particular barrow must have been a real stickler for handwriting or something. Ooh, I didn't know he'd do that when I'm standing here. Okay, that should be unlocked now at least. Let's copy that out into my notes as well, even though I doubt I'll need to know it again. Wonderful progress. That is wonderful. I have made progress, not I have made wonderful progress. Well, that's suboptimal. Trying to make out what that symbol is. Problem is, if I get him to take the tablet over there. Oh, if I get him to take the tablet over there, presumably I'll unlock that as a location on the... from the start, won't I? From the starting pedestal. Okay, this might work then. So if every time I have the tablet every time I have the tablet taken to a particular location, the first pedestal unlocks that also as a destination. Then who was it that deleted all the previously saved locations? Because I can only assume that the tablet had been to all those places before I got a hold of it. Oh goodness. Problem is, I may be not making out the symbol correctly. You certainly seems to think so, don't you? Aha, I got it. Now, I can only assume that I have to go back to the starting pedestal to gain access to it over there. Yes. It looks like my interpretation from a distance wasn't that far off the actual symbol.
You have found the keep, the destination for the slates. You've seen this pedestal already in Greer, where you started, and you'll see it again. It is in many places at once. Touch the slate to finish your task. Only you can make them solid. 3 remain. Return to the tunnels, the path that leads to Duchny, and you will find another book. Well done.
Wonderful. Oh, can I not? Oh, I get it. I get it. So the tablet's permanently there now. And this pedestal, this pedestal, as he just said, is physically in multiple locations at the same time. That's intriguing. So I can actually use this to skip to the starting pedestal in any of the ages I've been to yet, any of the pedestal ages. So let me add this to my notes quickly. And if I go back here, I want to have a look at that 4th one again. Yeah, it's not that far off what I drew. I don't know why it took so many attempts. Oh well. Progress is progress. Let's have a celebratory save, shall we? Now, what was the name of this age again? This was Todelma. That is Todd, followed by Elmer. Like Elmer Fudd, I believe. Now, one notable question I don't yet have an answer to is, do the non-pedestal related symbols I learn work in other ages? So, for example, were I to enter the symbol for geothermal activity here Would it have any sort of effect at all? My guess is probably not. But that's probably worth establishing. Looks like it doesn't. Okay, that's perfectly fine, but worth establishing. Goodness me. See, my first thought was meteorite, but you can see that there's a lot more raised matter than there is sunken matter. So perhaps that's actually... If that were a volcano, it would be absolutely enormous. Perhaps it is, though. Then again, it would be more in keeping of the theme of the heavens for it to be a meteorite impact. Goodness me. Anyway, let's... Ooh. Fancy. Let's carry on exploring. I can only assume that somewhere about here I shall have my first Todelma age specific symbol revealed to me. Little firefly-like creature. I was wondering where that red light was coming from. Now, is there any utility to going back here? Or is it just made available to the player because they can? There is utility to it. I thought there probably would be, because thus far, even though there is there's supposed to be a free moving movement scheme to this game, when you are using the point and click interface, it usually doesn't allow you to go to places where there's nothing to do. Interesting. So what's this? Brightness? Something along those lines. If that was the intended solution, then I just lucked out. Okay. What happens if I do it? Like this. Nothing. Did I just luck out massively? I don't know how I could have known that. I was just playing around. Audit, frame drops, frame drops. Okay, that doesn't appear to have done anything over here though. Interesting. So those are Denis numbers. This appears to be signifying an eighth of a sphere. Okay. Interesting. Right, was I able to do that before I did the stuff round the back? Or did the stuff round the back enable that? I think the stuff round the back enabled that. Yes. Then I really lucked out. I wonder if players were supposed to just discover that by chance or not. Or if there were clues somewhere that I didn't pick up on. This one doesn't seem to be working. Interesting. Oh, this one has a... Oh, they all have another slider up here. I just missed it. And that does rotation. Interesting. Okay. How sensitive is it? Reasonably sensitive, actually. Okay, this is working the same as before, so I'm guessing that this is just a handicap I'm supposed to work around in this puzzle, that one of these machines doesn't work as intended. So I wonder what I'm supposed to... conclude about all these numbers. Just trying to read off the top one properly. But of course there's the this mechanical arm in the way. There we go. Why is the mechanical arm drifting slowly? Did I cause that? I think so. I think when I turned the power on it started drifting. So what's it going to do when it reaches the bottom, I wonder? Well, while we wait, I may as well copy out those numbers, mightn't I? and translate them into Arabic numerals. Unfortunately, I get the impression this isn't going to be the sort of puzzle I'm likely to just whip through quickly, because it feels like there's some fundamental understanding that I'm still lacking about the nature of the puzzle. I remember the puzzle, but don't at all remember the solution. Hopefully that's a good sign then. Hopefully it's so simple that it's not very memorable. Oh, fiddlesticks. I copied that one out wrong. There we go. Okay, that's interesting. It's reached the bottom and it stopped. That suggests that it can the machinery can probably be run backwards. Right, if I go all the way back to my ribbon notes. Hold on, do I have them all copied out? I've got 8 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's right. If I go all the way back to my ribbon notes, long time ago, I can probably decipher all these numerals. Nope, too far. That's Myst 1. There we go. Okay. So I think the top one is 15-0. No, sorry, that's 10-0. I do apologise. No, I was right the first time. That's 15-0. Wait, did I ever find out? Oh, yes, I did. Yep, no, ignore me. I'm being silly. It is indeed 15-0. Right, what's the next one? That one's 10 at the bottom, and then 4, so 19. No, why can't I do maths today? 14. 14 dash 1. Then we have 10 and 3. 13 dash 2. Have I... Hold on, so what am I claiming it is? It's 15-0, 14-1, 13-2 is what I was suggesting. Yeah, because the two lines that go diagonally like that, so on the left hand side, that's going to be a 3, and then the little arc at the bottom, that makes it 10. Next one I think is... Oh, it is going back up slowly. It just took a very long time to get there. That's worth bearing in mind. Okay, what do we have? That's 12, I think. Yeah, pretty sure that's 12. 12 dash 3. So far the right hand side has just been incrementing by 1 each time. Is that what it's going to do consistently? Yes. Wait, no. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so the right hand side is just 1, 2, 3, sorry, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so what's the fifth one down? That's 11, isn't it? Then we get to 10. Pretty sure that's 9. That is 9. Followed by 8. Okay, that's interesting. So it's 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I wonder if that's also supposed to represent 0. What's its range? What is that? That's... 4 plus something. Four plus 15. So that's 19. That's just counting down, isn't it? No, I'm wrong. That wasn't 19. That was plus 20, wasn't it? That was 4 plus 20, I think. Yes. So that's 24. Maybe that's a special symbol they're using for 25, but I've seen one of those before in Riven. Goodness me, this game would be harder if I hadn't played Riven. That is not the symbol they used in Riven for 25. So I think it's more likely that it's an alternative 0. So that's 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. To be fair, you'd probably figure out what the numbers were doing here more easily than you would in Riven. I remember the Riven puzzle was particularly difficult. Well, I say particularly difficult. You know, it was... I wouldn't say it was overly challenging, but it was certainly required a little more ingenuity than just having all the numbers in sequence like this. I don't remember in this case, but they are not 100% consistent between games when it comes to details like that. You mean 0 and 25 and so on? I expect you're right. What was I saying? That's 19, I'm pretty sure. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, no, wait, what? I confused myself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That is 5. Yep, I'm just being a fool. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Hey, Ziggity. Yeah, everything's been great. How are you? This is annoying. I can't quite see the entire... I can't quite see that when I'm modifying this. So 0, 1. 2, 3. Okay. Let's do it. Almost certainly doing what we think it should be doing. Ooh, what's that? Hold on. that one is... that one is... that's plus 20, isn't it? So that's 24 again. Okay, so I think it's reasonable to assume that both of these range from... both of these range from 0 to 24. Now, I just want to check something. Where is the hand at the moment? Okay, it's down right at the bottom by the... which one was that? Was that 12 and 13 or something? Somewhere around there. Eight and 7. Right, now if I click that... okay. So, presumably, and then I change it. Oh, that looks like a bug. Yep, okay, that makes sense. So that's saying move to whatever position I've set you to, presumably. So the next thing to establish is, are the ranges the same? Maybe? Yeah, that's 0 to 24. 0 to 24. Check on this side. I can see 24 down there. Uh, 24. Hold on, let's just quickly have these on 24. This one's up top, this one's to the far right. Do they all work that way? Is there their direction of operation the same? Looks that way, doesn't it? So rightwards is increasing and upwards is increasing. Whether that observation is actually going to help or not, I don't know. Let me just add that to my notes anyway, just in case. Just a second, I think momentarily the game's gonna disappear. You should have sound though. Right, where was I? I still find this thing odd in so much as I'm not sure how it was that I was supposed to figure it out. Maybe I was just supposed to hit upon it. Because I'm just thinking there might be other things that I can do that I don't know about. Maybe not, though. Okay, I'll be back here in this room momentarily. I just want to do a quick perusal of the surroundings to make sure that I'm not missing hints elsewhere that might be relevant. I don't think I am. Doesn't look that way, does it? Is there anything up there? No. Wait, that's changed. I'm absolutely certain that the top one was... Wait, this has changed markedly. Now there's 2 lines here, and the circled line has changed. That was not the way it was before. Previously it was dashes. Just a second, the video cut out briefly again. Right, where was I? So what caused that to change? Was it a setting over there? Did I do that changed it? Could it be one of those settings? Okie doke, I shall bear that in mind, Pengy. In absolute seriousness, what did I do? Or did I not do something? Was it time-based? Hold on, I'm going to go all the way back up here. It would seem a little daft if that's what changed it, but... What? Wasn't that blocked before? What? How did I do it? I mean, fantastic. Progress is progress. But I haven't the slightest clue how I did that. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing if I revert it, then this won't be blocked again, because it's probably cleared actual debris. I could be wrong. Or did I just need to move all of the... Did I need to move some of these up to a certain position or something? Hold on, I want to know what I did. Maybe the clue is that this one's broken. Perhaps the machinery that was blocking the way was part of the broken one. And that when I just raised it, that cleared it out the way or something. Okay, this hasn't changed back. See, that was a mysterious thing. I know for a fact there was a single dash originally, and the top one was circled, not the third one. Ah, this is blocked again. Alright, that's okay. This will give me a chance to test my hypotheses. I still have no idea what's up with that thing and why that changed. That seems to have done it. Okay, so presumably that's all I had to do to progress. All I had to do was turn the power on round the back by turning two levers to a specific two positions, which I'm not sure how I, reasonably could have worked out. I just was lucky. And then I had to raise the broken one up to move the cables out of the way. What's going on with that magic board that changes symbols? I don't know. Ooh, can I travel up this way? Maybe not. Maybe it can't support the character's weight. Doesn't look like it. I see. So there's probably more I can achieve by adjusting the positions again. Those are two numbers. The symbol before it I don't recognise. What are those two numbers? I think the first one might be 2. Don't quote me on that though. No, it's 3. Good thing you didn't quote me on that. And the next one... The next one I can't quite make out. Oh, I see. That's 20 and 4. 24. Okay. I do have zoom on that machine. I believe it zoomed in the entire way. Oh, no, it wasn't zoomed in the entire way. Well, fair enough. So what's that? 3 and 24. Just copying that out into my notes, and we shall proceed. I wonder if those are coordinates I should be entering into... Aha! Okay, that helps. Yeah, that's a lot clearer. I wonder if those are coordinates I should be entering into one of the... Oh, this is sensitive. Astronomical apparatus. Yeah, that's 13, isn't it? Good thing I zoomed in the end. But then we've got this 3/4 circle symbol. I mean, there could be any number of other things that I'm supposed to be looking at with this. But I wouldn't know. Okie doke. Are there any more of these machines around here that I can use? I don't think so. Oh, is that somewhere I can head up? I can head into it. Can I head up? No. So, something else to play around with here, it would seem. Because, of course, that's exactly what you should do with strange and expensive scientific equipment when you encounter it. You should play with it. This looks like some sort of map. So there seems to be four three-quarter circle points and 3 target points. I'm calling that a target for now. Crosshair, I suppose, is what I mean. 3 crosshair points. For the moment, I won't make a copy of this because I'm not convinced I'm going to need a copy of this. But if it turns out I do, I guess I'll just have to come back. That's odd. Why would I have the ability to close the door behind me? I've done something. Woo! Okay, that's why. My goodness. This place just keeps on going. I don't know what, if anything, that did. And thus far, it doesn't seem to do anything. Funny how we haven't had a use for the tablet yet. Okay, this looks like a binary device. A binary mechanism, I suppose I should say. Huh. Well, I'm doing something, I just don't know what that thing is. Huh. I have no idea what the significance of all that is. That's another button. Okay. So I can shut myself out for some reason. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, maybe that was just a bug then, that I got stuck at the bottom. Okay then. Can I leave? Looks like it. Okie doke. This was the one we looked through before, wasn't it? Just confirm that. Pretty sure it was. Yes. So this was the building we went into. Is there anything else here worth our attention? I wonder if that was the mechanism we were manipulating before. Okay. So, I don't know what the next step is, but just for fun, let's set all the astronomy apparatus to 1324, other than the one we know that has to be raised so that we can pass through. And let's see if that does anything. Oh, it's changed again. Now it's all 3 lines and the circled one has gone down again, and the one with a vertical line through it has gone up again. It must be time-based. Okay, so this is supposed to be 13. $13. 24. $13. 24. 24. Right, that's that, and then 13, 24. I should probably check on the screen, shouldn't I? Make sure none of them aren't showing anything that's eminently useful, although thus far it doesn't seem like they are. So let's head up and see if anything's changed. Nothing really stands out, does it? Let's try changing the last one to 1324 as well, and see if we can still pass. That could probably be done a little better, couldn't it? There we go. Okay, is our pathway still unobstructed? It most certainly is not. Okay, that's still a good outcome, in so much as it strongly suggests that we shouldn't be adjusting this one anymore. So let's try heading down again. And seeing if now we've adjusted some of the apparatus to 1324, if that helps. I think I will take a copy of this now. Just in case, I might as well. Most of the way there. Almost done. That's that. Anything else worth making note of? I suppose the colours. Make sure I know that one's green and the others are red. That's all noted. Anything else? Don't think so. And so the symbol we saw corresponds to this one up here. Okie doke. Let's head down again and see if making those adjustments to the astronomical equipment has made the slightest difference. Doesn't seem like it, does it? I don't suppose it's worth trying this, is it? I'd be surprised if this works. I can draw that better, surely. Close enough. Nope. Okay, well that's not a big surprise. Does leave me at a bit of a loss though. Not quite sure what my way forwards is. Actually, let's try that machinery once more, but with this shut. I'm sure... Oh, it seems quite likely that the game wouldn't... have made shutting that an option if there wasn't a reason for it. Still nothing. I mean, I'm familiar with the fact that swapping that seems to swap the direction that the gears turn. I don't seem to be able to do anything with that knowledge. Huh. I wonder what I'm to do. Oh, I can leave that open now. You know, this looks a lot like a doorway, doesn't it? Oh, maybe not, because it's the same shape all the way round, isn't it? Just repeated. Okay, maybe not. That's interesting. There's that thing over there. Can I get that to move by manipulating the machinery? Not the astronomical machinery, the thing that might be a winch down here. Okie doke, has it moved at all? Doesn't appear to have, does it? But just for completeness, let's try it going the other way. Just for thoroughness, I suppose I should say. Just to be thorough. Nope. Hasn't moved in the slightest. Hmm. I wonder what I'm to do then. What a conundrum. So wires come from over there, come from over there. Where do they end up? So there, down there? See, logically you'd think this might wind it in and that might be what we need to do, but we tried that and it didn't do anything. I think that almost certainly is the same machinery that we're operating though, down here. Yeah. Yes, I think we can see the same thing. Yeah, that looks like the same thing, doesn't it? But this isn't moving. Why isn't it moving? Is it broken? Do I need to fix it somehow? Right, these two move, so it gets that far. If these were connected, where would the connection be? Ah, these turn, and presumably they can provide mechanical force elsewhere. Cut through something going under here, maybe? Perhaps? Ah, it goes up there. Ah, it goes up there. Alright, where's that connected to? Where's that connected to? It'll be on the right hand side as I look at it. Don't see it all the way up here. It's curious that I can't seem to get very close to that side of it. I'm sure I could if I turned free movement on. But the game doesn't seem to think I have any business over there. For whatever reason. I find it hard to believe that this isn't somehow involved in the puzzle I'm supposed to be solving right now. Or at the very least, the machinery down below isn't. Which seems to be connected to this. I realise there's all these as well, which may be doing something. Ah, I see. This must be the control point for... Ah, I get it. So these large structures over here are presumably the things that are actually looking at the skies. And then you have these anchor points over here which ultimately connect to this machine. And this machine presumably connects all the way to the astronomical apparatus down below. So when we're adjusting when we're adjusting the position down below of the astronomical equipment, that translates to movements up here, which changes the orientation of the devices on these different spires. So that seems to be what's going on here. But this device appears to be entirely in addition to these ones. Entirely in addition to the equipment that's used to adjust the positioning of the telescopes. So if we go back to that map, if I had to hazard a guess, can we see the map clearly enough from here? Clearly enough, I would say that the different three-quarter circles are probably supposed to be the different telescopes. This here is probably the link between the where we are now, which I think is this one, the central one, and the one we were looking at with the 1324 on it. And that is presumably another human, well, that's probably another structure that's supposed to house people, which we can presumably get to somehow, but this map doesn't tell us how. That's my guesswork. The question is, given that there appears to be some form of hold on, it's gone. There, it's moved. I was about to say, given that there seems to be some form of what would you call that? Trying to think of the word. It is moving, just very, very, very slowly. No, not connection. I'm trying to think of the word for the. I think we can get inside it. Is what I'm getting at. I'm trying to. Car. That's the word, as in cable car, not as in an automobile. Since there seems to be some sort of cable car on there, the question is, how do I get it across? Presumably, I just need to keep pulling this lever over and over again. Would recommend saving here. Thank you for the tip. Is it coming? Maybe. I don't remember how, but I think I've seen a scenario of getting stuck here. That is not encouraging, though it is rather believable. Really? Is it still not? I understand. Thank you for the suggestion. Always welcome. It does seem like it's not doing it, doesn't it? Did it get stuck part way? Oh, there it is, I think. Really? Yep, really. I am doing it. It just takes absolutely forever. I don't like this puzzle. I don't like a puzzle where the solution is you have to do the same thing you were doing before over and over dozens of times. Even though the first few times you did it, it wasn't clear it was having any effect. The question is if it is the solution or intended solution. That's true. Perhaps there's something else I was supposed to do. Perhaps there's a way I can get this to keep going. If I close that door, will this keep going? I don't think it will, because I'm pretty sure I've tried it before. But it's worth a try. One more, maybe? Perhaps this is the point to save. It doesn't seem to want to go. Perhaps there is an additional step. I wonder what that would be. The only thing I can think is maybe whichever the relevant piece of astronomical equipment it was that I was supposed to set to 1324. Maybe I didn't set it accurately enough? Because it seemed like it was a continuous scale and that I could have it quite happily between numbers. Perhaps I need to adjust them all so they're more precisely on 1324. Oh, it's back round again. That's 13, that's 24. I don't think it's going to get more. Or I don't think I'll be able to get it more accurate than that. That's pretty accurate. And this one? Right, that's the only thing I can think. Obviously we know I can't change the other one to 1324. Because we tried that and the cables blocked the way again. Let's close up behind us. Okay, so if I try and turn this the other way, is it going to try and go the whole way? Or is it going to advance by 1 again? It's advanced by 1. And I assume it's the fact that it's only advancing by 1 at a time, which is the reason why the lever isn't working here. I imagine there's some way we're supposed to be able to... Oh, hello. If I put this down, I can manipulate this, can I? Problem is, that means going all the way back to the start. I mean, I could get the creature to take it back for me, but then I have no tablet. On the other hand, to be fair, if there's another pedestal on over there, then that wouldn't be so bad. Because I could just teleport back, grab the tablet. And put the relevant symbol on there. Okay, is this helping at all? Doesn't seem like it, does it? It's a funny odd thing to be able to do. I wonder why the game would think I need the power to get up here. But I can't climb up this way. Okie dokie. One more time. If I go up here, does this give me access to anything useful? Doesn't seem like it, does it? And it absolutely is the case that I can't go up the other way, is it? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Seems that way. Okay. How odd. There's nothing I can interact with over here that I haven't noticed? Doesn't seem like it. No. Huh. Well, I'm gonna go back and grab my tablet. I say my tablet. The tablet I'm borrowing from the barrow. I wonder what else I could do. Is there a way I could get the barrow to just keep pulling that lever over and over again? The thing is, I don't remember seeing a single symbol. since coming here. It does seem like we're due a tablet puzzle by now, doesn't it? But I just don't remember seeing any symbols. I didn't go past anything, did I? Don't think so. Don't suppose there's any chance of a hint, is there? I don't suppose the circle with the cross in it is something I should try. Or alternatively, I did have a list of a bunch of their symbols from that wall, didn't I? I don't suppose any of them resemble the circle with a cross in it. No, none of them seem to exactly match. Some are similar. Okay, so the question is it a single circle or is it always a double circle? As in a circle inside a circle with the cross inside that? I think I'm supposed to interpret that as just the one circle, on the grounds that I've encountered the three-quarter circles symbol before and it didn't have the outer circle on it, so I think the outer circle just denotes an area on the map and the symbol inside would be the bit that has significance. Oh. What do you do with that? Does this work? No? He just ran off with it. Oh. I'll tell you what. The cable car was originally on the other side, wasn't it? I wonder if that's an indicator that that is the side the developers were expecting the player to come from. So perhaps now there's a chance the Barrow has teleported over to the other side with the tablet And that if I go back to the start, I can go there too now. No, the game seems to have just skipped me ahead again.
Do you begin to understand the power of the tablet?
Not so much, no.
Surely it begins to pull you. Its strength grips you. Look around. Without the power of the tablet, this would be left solely to your dreams. Now, imagine how the power calls her. She has tasted it already. She has the ability to use it beyond all others. And she tells you not to give it to her because she wants it so. She destroyed the Dukhni once. And she will complete our destruction if you give her the tablet. Listen carefully. The quest is half complete, and the decision nears. You have seen much of what the Dukhni once were, and what they were able to build. Do you see what we might create yet again? The city, the ages. Do you see it? Go. Bring us closer.
Well, I just came for my tablet and then I'm going to go back. Where is my tablet? Oh. There's the tablet. Can I not get in there? Because if not, that's a problem. Ah, there we go. Oh, I can't even complete this now. Because it's ended up in the final position. It's stuck there. I cannot pick it up. Oh, well. I guess that's this age done then. I don't think I have a choice. Hold on, I do have a choice because I saved, didn't I? Pengi very, very wisely suggested I save. I doubt this was the situation they were anticipating. But at least we won't be skipping any content. Okay, good. I'm going to look up a hint then. And then I'm going to try and do this properly. You won't be able to ride... They're calling it a tram, incidentally. You won't be able to ride it when you find the first tram station on the island where you initially arrive. Instead, you're going to have to find another way to get to the other side. Make your way off this island and eventually onto the third island. You may notice that there are actually several islands that you can see. when you get past the cable and go up the stairs all the way to the top of the island, you should see a manually operated telescope to your right. I've used that. You can adjust the view by sliding the levers. Left lever controls elevation, lower right rotation. You can zoom in and out with the upper left lever. Yep, I've seen the symbols on the island. If you can't see anything else besides the symbols, look to see what might be obstructing your view within the range that the telescope is able to point to. In particular, look towards the left of its range. I'm pretty sure that's just one of the spires. Oh, welcome back, Pengi. So, I attempted... I'm not sure what you saw up to, but... I reasoned that because the cable car had started on the other side, that presumably I had to find another way over there and come back the other way. So I tried putting in the symbol that was in the centre here, the circle with the cross in it. The game interpreted that wrongly as the symbol to get to the 4th pedestal. And the creature just dutifully took the tablet away from me. I went back to the start, teleported to the 4th pedestal, got the final cinematic for this age, then went to pick up the tablet and go back to do the rest of the puzzles and get there legitimately, and then realised because the tablet was already in the final pedestal, I couldn't pick it up. So then I reloaded. It was a very good thing you advised that I save, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get back here. I reloaded, and that's where we're at, and I have just looked up a hint as to what I should be doing next. I assume this is what it was referring to as obstructing my view. Possibly not. Yep, it happened again. But previously it hadn't happened. Previously I'd never skipped all the way to the end of an age. Still looking up hints. There seems to be a gear in the way. Yeah. Presumably the hints mean this gear. The gear isn't solid, it has spokes and then spaces in between them. Oh, that gear. Yep, that indeed exists. And I've been trying to manipulate it. You could turn the gear, you might be able to look through the empty space to see what's on the other side. Gotcha. Okay. I think I know how to proceed now. Ah ha ha ha, that's how I'm supposed to do it. So I had the right idea then. I just didn't have the implementation. I didn't know how to didn't know how to put my plan into action. Oh. Alright, let's try that again. So I guess that's a general strategy I should try to remember for this game specifically. If I get stuck, try to find a what's the word? Get a clear view of another pedestal. Progress. Wonderful. Oh, is that all there is to it? There's no puzzle over here. I just have to find the next pedestal in the telescope. Maybe, maybe not. That's where I came from, isn't it? Yes. So that's no assistance. Maybe this needs to be rotated, possibly? Seems likely, doesn't it? Okay, let's go back. Let's just try lowering the elevation of all the telescopes other than that one, which we don't want to change. Is that changing the elevation? I think so. It'll certainly be interesting to check whether that was elevation. I think it was, and that doesn't seem to have helped. Alright, let's change their yaw then. That's the one I don't want to change. Oh, I didn't confirm that first one. Right, has that helped? It's certainly not the way round it was before. Yep, that spun it around so it's facing us now. So I probably want its elevation quite high then. Do I? Is that what I want? Let's just try changing its yaw again for now. Give it a middling yaw value. Strictly speaking, I should probably be figuring out exactly which one that is. Why don't we do that, actually? I was going to say that there's not much incentive to do so, but I may as well be thorough. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's not very helpful, is it? I don't think. So what way do I want it facing? Perhaps I want it facing the way it was before, but with the pitch all the way up. So it was that way, pitch all the way up. Ah, this looks better. I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of that middle bit. There's definitely something down there. That's the same as before, isn't it? That might be the same structure, looked at from a different angle. I think it probably is, thinking about it. That was odd. What was that? There was a great big light there for a second. Oh, was that because I zoomed in? Was that a bug where I zoomed in on a twinkling star or something and so it ended up absolutely massive? Still not seeing a way across. Where's that map I took a copy of? I feel like that's probably a clue. Ah, that must be the cable that takes the car across. Okay, I think I see. I think I see on the map where we are now. I think we're to the northeast of the starting area. And I think that is... I think that corresponds to the circle with a cross in that wasn't connected to anything on the map. It happened again. Great big light. And again. So it's not to do with zooming in. Or at least it's not to do with zooming in whilst some animation is playing. Could that other one be blocking my view? What's it obscuring? I don't think so. I can't know so, but I don't think so. It blocks over there. Alright, let's try getting the other one out of the way then. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Actually, why not? That doesn't actually cause any harm, does it? Now to find out if that was the correct one I moved. Looks like it, doesn't it? Must have been. So let's make a record of that. That's actually even more helpful than you might otherwise think. Because now I've resolved where I am on the map, I can start connecting the 4 3/4 circle symbols to the actual physical telescopes now. So I know, for example, the closer one to where we are now is the one with the top right missing, and the farther one that I've just moved is the one with the bottom right missing. Anyway, let's have a zoom in and a look again. Not sure that's revealed much. Of course, I don't know that this is what I'm supposed to be looking at. I just strongly suspect it is. Yeah, there aren't any other islands. Unless one of the telescopes has a pedestal on it. Well, I say a pedestal on it, but in its vicinity. Seems unlikely, though. Or perhaps one of these halfway points. Again, seems unlikely. Alright, let's try moving the yaw of the closer telescope again and see if I can see if I turn it around 90 degrees whether it continues to obstruct my view or not. Because I theorized that the central portion of it is probably always obscured, because there's probably always no matter which way you rotate it, there's probably always structure in the center. But I don't know that for certain, so let's see if that's helped at all. Okay, it's not entirely structure in the center, but it is predominantly. So that's just made the situation a whole lot worse. I think I may need another hint. It must be to do with something that I can see from that spire. Right. Where was I? Maybe if I lower that now. I've forgotten if I've had it facing this way with it lowered or not. Possibly if the top of my view wasn't obscured, it might reveal something. Not colossally helpful, is it? I've seen this symbol multiple times. But it didn't look like something I could input into the tablet, so I'd assumed it was nothing. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to resort to another hint, unfortunately. Okay. The hint, if you can call it a hint, is apparently someone's already given me the coordinates I need to move the telescope out the way. Well, that would be the 13 and 24 I saw before. Which is funny, because I thought that's what it was set to the very first time I teleported over. And I thought it was obscuring my view. Perhaps I'm just mistaken. That really doesn't seem to be helping. Although I would say it's suspicious that there's something I can look through right there. Maybe if I can move the other telescope out the way. Before I do that, let's see if I can clear them out the way so I can try and read those coordinates again, just in case the second set of coordinates weren't a repeat of the first set of coordinates and I just misread it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, that doesn't matter, I'll pick it up on the way back. That's not helping. Or is it? Zoom out all the way. That is helping. Ah! That also specifies the telescope. So that's specifically saying what the first one should be, but not the second. Okay. How do I get the coordinates for the other one then? Okay, how am I gonna do that? Are they just written down somewhere and I'd ignored it up till now because it didn't make sense or something? Just to verify, this one's the same, isn't it? I'm 99.9% certain that is the case. But, yeah, that's the same. Where's the other set of coordinates then? Ah, that's the same thing I saw through the telescope, so that's clearly just what's the design of light that they have. That's the close telescope, that's the far telescope, that's where I was, that's where I was looking, that's where I am now, that's the green path is the path that the cable car takes. That's not the coordinate, is it? Because it keeps changing. Is that 15? I think that is 15, 0. So this one I know to be... what was it? It's 13... 24. So for this one, let's try 15, 0. I got 24 wrong. Okay, thank you. I did indeed, thank you. I don't get why they bother typing those coordinates far out where they're inaccessible and also build telescopes, when they equally well could have put it on a post-it note on the control panels. I suppose the post-it note could have been lost or destroyed more easily. But yes, it is a bit... one has to imagine that those manual telescopes were built for some other purpose other than just reading the coordinates off. Has that done it? I think that's done it. I think I managed it. Huzzah! Progress. This goes to show if you keep banging your head at a problem, eventually you'll get there. I think this calls for a celebratory save. Oops, no, I didn't mean to do that. That's terrible. Let's try that again. Not the best, but it'll do. Thank you, Pengy. Why's the barrow not appearing? Is my tablet not good enough for you all of a sudden? Let's try it over here then. There we go. I was getting worried for a second. Progress! Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jenny. And thank you, Pengy. Shouldn't that button work? Odd. So am I going to the moon or something? Is that the idea? That's alright, Pengy. I'm sure we all just felt that you were very enthusiastic about seeing her. That's all. Or hearing from her, I suppose. Interesting. I wonder what I'm to observe this time with this particular telescope. Ahaha! That wasn't visible before. Let's make a note of that. So it's obviously a 1. Oh, what's the other numeral there? The other digit? Six. It appears to be 6. That makes sense. Because 5 is the horizontal line, isn't it? So it would be. So what's the significance of doing that? Because that would be that one, wouldn't it? Yes. Give it a go, I suppose. See what happens. Where's my way back? Ah, there it is. Blind. I want the other one, don't I? So 6. And then 1. I wanted to go down, didn't I? Down here. I didn't seem to have achieved a lot. I don't think that's revealed anything. Perhaps I was supposed to pay attention to that part of the heavens instead. Just checking, there's no more coordinates written about here, is there? Don't think so. The Barrow haven't written a symbol into the stars that I need to copy, have they? Doesn't seem that way. Nothing jumps out at me as obvious. Oops, there we go. Strangely, this button doesn't seem to work. What was that? Oh, I see. If I hold it down, it becomes a clenched hand. No hints here, are there? Don't think so. What are they? What are those things? Plant roots? I think so. What could the significance have been of moving that particular telescope to 6-1? It doesn't seem to reveal anything from this vantage point. The skies it reveals are uninteresting. I guess I could go back to... the second island, the second spire. And see if looking through the mini telescope there reveals anything now. I suppose if they'd written something on the side of the telescope, maybe it would only be revealed now. Doesn't seem that way, does it? I'm not being a fool, am I? I haven't mixed up the telescopes. No. That's correct. Has it revealed anything over there that I couldn't see before? I don't think so. Wasn't those the first two telescopes you changed? So it's another you should look at. That's what you'd think. But if I quickly go back to the map, please forgive the walk. In here. Right, here we go. Now, if this is where we are now, that's the second island, that's the third, that's the one that we just gained access to. I suppose they're spires, really. That's the third spire. Now, that's the first telescope that was in the way. That's the one that we got the coordinates from the... looking through the little telescope over here at the third spire initially. And that's the second telescope that's in the way, the farther one, if we're looking from over here, whose coordinates we got from the wall in the astronomical instruments room. Although I must say I'm not 100% sure that I didn't I'm not entirely certain that that wasn't just by luck. I'm not sure if that's how I was supposed to get the other coordinate or not. Didn't you have to look through two telescopes to get from the pedestal at the little crosshair island to the middle crosshair island? Yes, I had to look through one little telescope from here over to there. That then let me see the pedestal on here, which got me over to the middle spire. And then I had to move these two telescopes in a particular way so that I could look over at the third spire, the far spire, the right-hand spire, to see the pedestal on it. And then that got me over there. That was my latest breakthrough. Now, the thing to note is that the second telescope has the bottom right missing. From the circle. Oh, I think I know what might have happened. Maybe I could have... The thing I was just about to show was that if I go to the third spire, then the little telescope there reveals the coordinates for the... for the second telescope, and that seemed like a breakthrough, and it seemed so odd because I thought I'd done with the second telescope. But I'll tell you what I bet it is. I bet, yeah, I could have seen the... That's how I was supposed to discover it, so I was looking at that from a different angle. Okay, so that isn't new information. Fair enough. That makes sense now. So I was lucky. I made a breakthrough last time by... partially by luck, because I happened to move the second telescope to a different position where I could see through it. So yeah, just to clarify, I was looking at that through here and thinking that's new information. And I was like, well, why would they be telling me how to move the second telescope? Since that's already in the right position, like that doesn't seem to have revealed anything. So I was supposed to see that earlier. That makes sense now. Well then that raises the question, what is the new information that this is supposed to have revealed? Perhaps over here? I wouldn't have had a view over here very well before now. Perhaps the only thing they're trying to draw my attention to is the fact that there's a linking cable car. But I knew that already. You have an idea for the next step? Sure, what's your idea? Can I look at the cable for the cable car? I certainly could. I take it you mean through the little telescope, not with the naked eye. There we go. I suppose there could be something hidden there. Yes, there could be, couldn't there? Which one's that? I think that's the bottom left missing. Let's try rotating that. Not with the telescope, I just want to see how it looks where it comes to the island. Or the spire, or what you call it. I I can probably get an angle on it, but not so easily. So it's coming in there. I'd probably get a better angle if I was down here. Oh, that's a control wire. Oh, I see, yeah. That you mean. Yeah, so that was it. I'm going to go and see about moving that telescope. Presumably it's this one. Elevation all the way up. And we'll move it by about 90 degrees. That's about 90 degrees. Has that done anything? Oh, that's not a telescope. That'll be why it's done nothing. No, of course that isn't a telescope. I was being a fool. Am I able to move that at all? It just seems strange to have this here if it serves no purpose. Didn't Escher say something about moving the heavens themselves? Should I be looking up? Is that the takeaway here? No, I reckon that's probably a hint for further in. How frustrating. I don't know why I keep hitting that button. I know it's not going to work. I just don't know why it doesn't work. You want in there, it seems. I do want in there because I strongly suspect that that's how I get down there and get the cable car working, which makes me think that there may also be other useful stuff in there as well. The thing is, what has getting to this island got me? I can't get into the building. I can't get down there. Literally the only thing that I've gained is access to this small little telescope. So I just cannot help but think that there must be something I'm supposed to be seeing. Seeing through here. Yep, go ahead, I'll take a hint at this point. Didn't you think it was strange you had to push the cable car all the way to the other side without any reason? Yes, I did, and I've been thinking about that. But, since I can't get down there, I suppose I could push it back and see if that changes the equation at all. That's going to take a while, though. If that wasn't part of the solution, then how would it look there then? Thus hadn't been pushed over. You mean if I hadn't moved it, what would it look like? There would be the cable car over there, which I might be able to interact with? I can't really see the purpose of the game design when you have to push it so many steps between the places. Yeah, I absolutely agree. If they did it this way to discourage players from moving the cable car too early, then they should have just disabled it somehow. And had the enabling mechanism over on that island, that spire. To be fair, I think this has been less painful than I was expecting it to be. Oh, you had to move it earlier. It covered the first coordinates, but you needed to move it like 1 or 2 steps. Okay, I didn't realise that. Okay. Is it all the way? I can't tell. Let's give it a few more for luck, shall we? Just in case. Oh, I can see it again. It's there. So no, it wasn't all the way up yet. The problem with that sort of puzzle, having to move the cable car out of the way, is if you didn't know the coordinates were there in the first place, then why would you think moving the cable car would help? It's backwards. It assumes you already know the thing that you need to discover. There we go. It's all the way over now. Yeah, this is probably my least favourite Myst game in the sense I don't dislike it, but it drags down the series a bit. The thing that I keep thinking is all this lost potential. There's a lot of really, really good ideas in this Myst game. Like, really good ideas. But the execution is so lacking. Of all the Myst games, I feel like this is the one that I've played that could most sorely do with a remaster. Right, so. And that's why there were the ladders, because I remember explicitly saying earlier how strange it was that the cable car just happened to have an upper area you could climb up to with the ladders. Incidentally, I don't particularly... I know it doesn't detract as much as the stuff we've been talking about before, but I'm not particularly fond of this type of design either, because the fact is, there is no obvious reason why you would design this cable car to have ladders like this, other than to be the solution to the puzzle. I mean, I suppose you could argue they designed it this way because they knew there was a top area up here and it allowed people up here to get down, but there's better ways to do that than what they've done here. Why wouldn't you just have, like, a little jetty sticking out and a ladder down there, and then the cable cars doesn't have an upper area you can climb onto? Anywho, where was I? Progress. That's where I was. Am I not allowed down there? I don't appear to be allowed down there, which is odd. And it's another one of these. And if you want people to be up there as two-level vehicles, shouldn't it be railings and such upstairs? And yes, exactly. You've actually you've hit the nail on the head better than I did. This just doesn't look like how you would design a vehicle for that purpose. As you say, you would expect there to be some sort of railings or something. It just doesn't make sense except as a solution to a puzzle. I think we'll have a quick celebratory save. And looking at the time, it is rather late. I should probably stop there. So thank you everyone who came to the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again on Monday, in which I'll be continuing with Myst 5. Now, I believe it's this weekend that the clocks go back an hour in Britain. So if you live abroad and that's not when your clocks change, then you may want to take that into account, that my streaming time will have seemed to have shifted by an hour. So I always try to start my streams at 4 o'clock London time, if that helps. I will also be streaming on Wednesday, in which I'll be doing my normal poetry, prose and riddles stream. Friday will no doubt be more Myst 5 if I haven't completed it yet. And next Saturday will also be a video game stream, whatever that may be. So once again, thank you for coming everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream and good night.